Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We're back in our republic, where things are slowly improving for our citizens thanks to a radio station, using subversive means to increase their loyalty towards our government, and therefore increasing happiness, culture, and many aspects of their lives. The way it should be. We have reached an average government loyalty of 50%, and that makes our republic really, really stable. In other news, we hooked up Hellas warehouses, so the area is now basically supplying our town, and we are running trains back and forth to keep it supplied. Since we don't have that many waiting places for trains, they are constantly running rather than staying parked. So that is a thing that is happening. We're making decent amounts of money with our lumber exports, getting 8,000 plus US dollars for a truckload full of lumber. We'll see if that price changes today. I've seen someone else's stream and the lumber prices over there went down quite rapidly. I wonder if it is maybe related. Maybe there's a randomizer that is based on the time of the system clock or something, I don't know. We have relocated our power network here to give us more space. For that we implemented a courthouse in the area. We need to boost our clothing production a little bit. We're sending more prisoners to the area. But we could also go and pick up workers again from Hellas Old Town to add a few extra workers, I think. We need to do that at the bus stop. The logging workers. After the end station, we go to Hellas Old Town and load some workers from here. Then from Korasna, we could say like at most load 50%, and then we still have room to pick up workers from Korasna at all times. Heating situation seems to have been stabilizing in all areas, so things are looking very good. Rail construction is progressing well. We have almost reached our refueling point. If they have that rail construction is signed, if not, then we will have to tell them to do just that. It seems to be set up now. We don't really need this rail line right now, but I mean, we'll pause this one, and I guess we'll pause all of these. We still need the waste hooked up, so they should focus on these things. Once this rail line finishes construction, I need to be notified, because then I will head the waste train out here to this area. This should happen before it runs full. Logistics train for citizen goods, heading back and forth. Supplies are very good. We actually hold more electronics than we can store inside the train. Chemicals are sufficient. Alcohol is also okay. Could increase the amount a bit. Let us store some more of those sweet, sweet electronics, I guess. That'll be a decent amount. Will be costly, but since we're paying for everything in US currency and we have a decent sized reserve of money, it shouldn't be too bad. Last but not least, we started a tunnel construction over here. Going through the mountain, getting a connection from Hellas towards this area where we want to service the main road and set up a lumber a lumber area down in this area with another road connection from back here, where they can pick up materials from the warehouse area, basically. Seems like a... ah, there we go. That is a little bit better. I was gonna say that looks like a pretty weird road. Exit from the tunnel. But it is slowly getting better, very slowly. That was maybe a mistake. Might be okay. We'll try flatten it a little bit more, see if that helps. Then we'll hook up the road construction. It's a little bit higher than it should be. That seems okay. Both roads started, get them connected into one construction task, and assign our construction officers. There's a construction train over here, which doesn't really hinder you from going there, I should think. There you go. Still considering the waiting platform for materials. For citizen goods, I think our trains could wait here too. I don't know if I should wait on meat delivery or food. Probably food. Yeah, we don't really have a large enough rail yard for that, I think. Alcohol addiction 26%. Crime being a little bit of an issue somewhere. But our police is taking care of everything, it's just that crime is a little bit higher right now. It's getting sorted out though. Some people unable to get clothing. But that is not a main issue. Not sure where. Clothing quality is a little bit low. There could be more sellers here. Maybe. I'm thinking of instituting a grocer in this area, since we only have one right now. Only have one food shopping area in this location, and Some of them are using the one up the hill, but it would improve the efficiency of the supermarket if there was another one, I believe. Didn't really plan for footpaths in this area for my citizens on the road. Like they walk in here, and this is just an access road. Let's get another residential building set up and maybe have a food market somewhere located over here instead. If we find the room for it. Could have one here, that would help. More grocers. It's not showing us having access to a waste storage, so we'll probably need a small one in this area as well. And we can hook this up to a footpath over here with the required waste storage next to it. In other news, we're developing a road up towards this area, which is going to be our next farming area. And food factory, distillery, plus fabric factory might be on the agenda, maybe a clothing factory setup. The farming spot over here is still open. I think this one is way easier to get to. That's why we're picking it for now. The terraforming vehicles over here are currently not necessary anymore, so they could be relocated. Since we have fuel in the area, that should not be a problem. And then we can get a vehicle route through the mountain along this way and through the mountain. Maybe a tunnel. Not sure yet. Don't want to have tunnels everywhere, I guess. We're 1,600 other citizens away from another research point. Getting close towards our heating capacity for sure, although this one has a lot of spare heating capacity. The general throughput in the area leaves something to be desired. Here we have a police station that will handle crime happening in the mine area. We could have a construction office in this area for our materials to assist like in deliveries to construction sites, similar to our concrete and asphalt plant construction office. This one would specialize in delivering construction materials. If we build it here, it would come out, do a right-hand turn, get resources, do a right-hand turn to leave. Probably a left-hand turn through this after. But I think this would be a nice location. Can make it a slightly larger construction office to add some capacity based on our demands. And it should be in range of a repair station from Hellas itself. Yep. I think that'll be a good addition. Then we have everything dealt with except electronic and mechanical components. Where we could theoretically also drop those in here to have them available for construction tasks. And I kind of like that idea. We will restrict electronics to 15, food to 45, and see what we get 5% each for these 28 and 40. Which I think is fine. We will therefore have to adjust our train heading here. I really need to name those. I need to name those train something. Hellas, alcohol, chemicals, Old Town. Warehouse clothing from the Krasna factory. Okay, so the trains are over here. Citizen goods will now include mechanical and electronic components, which I will have to set at the line. And then we need to define cargo wagon to hold them. This one. There we go. It's currently getting to the customs house at some point. And then it should load us some electronics and mechanical components. And we can then load them from the warehouse area as well, meaning that no more construction office needs to go to the customs house for anything. Construction materials, open storage. That is fine, you have your own. I don't remember if I have set these to pick up from Hellas now. Yes. Very good. But yeah, you have to pick up electronic and mechanical components from this warehouse now too. The only town that doesn't need to do that is Kolata, which is at the eastern border. At least not until we have a road connection. build this one. This one should be assigned to you because that is the important route. So you did not pick it by yourself, but now I have assigned it, and it is high priority. So hopefully one of the construction vehicles will consider that task as important as I do and get to it soon. Let's see if it has demolished the rail line after the junction here. It is not done with that yet, unfortunately. I think this is the police car we have, the F125P. Oh, the F125. Could go for some more modern cars. Like well, they're not unmarked. They have a clearly visible siren. I guess we're gonna go for some grey police cars. Sure. And they will be able to deal with crime happening up in the mining area. That is their goal. So the grocer down here will handle these houses. I don't know if they can get from the grocer anywhere useful. Right now it looks like that is not going to be the case. They will be able to get to the bus stop and from there hopefully get to other locations that will help them. But maybe this grocer is not really that well located. It is definitely a short route to a food source though, and will hopefully be useful. They should probably also get a monument for themselves. We haven't built that one yet. Might as well get one of those down. Where are all the logging trucks? Only one of them is heading back, the other ones are working right now. Just taking a while. This area is also working, a little bit slowed down. And then this location. With one of the new updates coming soon, hopefully the next one, there will be the option to set warning messages if garbage containers run full. And that will be really useful the way I've set things up, because then I can set this one to give me a warning. I can set our waste dumps to give me a warning, and hopefully get an early warning system based on our waste system if something goes wrong. That will be useful. Construction vehicles arriving very slowly at the new site. Probably have to move that back a bit. I want to flatten out the area first before I set up the road. We are going to follow this cliffside in the future. That way we get the option to cross over here into the farming settlement area. I wonder if we should try and get a road connection over here with another bridge. So we'll keep this road down around here. Could be. Could make a junction here. Wouldn't be that expensive. Cut across here, about the same elevation, go over the mountain, and then we're in Kolata. And we could fix those transportation routes too. Make them pick up from our first central warehouse location. That is going to be 29,000-ish work days of tunnel work going up this mountain. Technical office being constructed. That will be important for clearing the road during winter. Still haven't set up a grocer in this area, but I guess they do not have that far of a path to get to this grocer or the shopping center. That is fine. The grocer in this area will be handled by probably the route currently going to this one. So we would have it go here, around to this one, then this one, and then back to resupply. Seems the most sensible to me. "50 unemployed workers is fine in the old town area. We don't have town halls for the other areas. We could get an orphanage. It would make our birth rate go up, and it would keep our children more loyal for those that would go into the orphanage. It might be something to set up in here, in this area. I'm not 100% sure if I should build this yet. Birth rate right now is not a problem. Population is already quite high. I'll leave it be for now. It's another tough section of rock here, hard to flatten. It's not too large. We can probably just remove that. no problem. I think this will make a nice farming area. We'll have a farming community, we will have a farm building leading into a crop storage, and from the crop storage we can probably supply a food factory and a distillery. To start working on the general demand, I think no, we are going to just hook up the crops to the train network. I think we will have the production facilities that turn crops into alcohol or food in a different area. Alright, you know what? Let the other trucks in. Can we demolish these, please? It's getting a little bit annoying. Tempted to cancel all other construction tasks, but I guess the rail lines are a little bit more annoying. They will get through eventually. It's just a little bit tough. Elevation 53 meters, 40 meters, slight downward slope. I think we can probably have an upwards ramp here and then go across the mountain without a tunnel, I believe. That is too twisty. And now we need a ramp up the mountain. That will have to be flattened first, that is too much camber. Guess we're gonna build some of that road first. This is gonna be a bit tricky, but I think we can make a nice intersection here somehow. We have to have a compact trumpet interchange here in some way. Let's see. The traffic coming from this way has to go straight through and go up here. The traffic coming from this way has to go this way, and traffic coming from this side has to go here and also turn around up here. We need to keep all of those in mind, while retaining the visual style of having like a cliffside road. But first I need to relocate the construction vehicles. I think they're a little bit in the way. We'll probably have a bridge that starts here, already raised, cuts into this mountain, goes across, so that is vehicles coming from up here back down. The vehicles over here will have a small bridge going into the terrain and then running this way. And then for these we will have to go probably earlier into the side. I don't think I can combine these. And then there will be an intersection up here. But there shouldn't be too much traffic. Traffic flow should not be the problem, I think. Let's build that. Let's cancel that and combine it. There we go. Construction office for open and covered hull materials. This is what we will have in this area. Slowly getting towards the oil fuel unloading station. Hellas fuel unloading. Technical office is ready. I do not want mud roads to be cleared, gravel roads only if you have extra time. We will assign our sewage unloading, water source, and there shouldn't be really any dump trucks in here. We'll get a water and sewage truck. And one snowplow, because we don't have any other money right now. In rubles, that is. Could transport some aluminium, I guess, which I should probably do. Yeah, got our mechanical and electronic components stored up here now. Everything away from the customs house. The only thing we're still picking up there is fabric. I guess that means our material for the repair station needs to be checked. Steel needs to be changed. I forgot about those vehicles. And repair materials needs to still be picked up from the customs house because we don't have plastics or fabric in here. Should I also store that then? Reduce the amount of clothing. Half would be 40 tons. We'll reduce the amount of clothing to half. And the amount of electronics by 5%. Gives us 10% for fabric and plastic. And we are going to pick 1% fabric and 9% plastic. Maybe that's too little for it. 22 tons, 32 tons. That seems reasonable. And some plastic and fabric. Hopefully we still have enough electronics. We'll see if that one is enough. Still need to change Kurasna repair station, but then these ones should also be set up correctly. Yeah, you can pick up from the construction materials, that is fine. But the repair materials you have to pick up from this warehouse. We go here, and at some point we see the train unloading all of its food. Then there's going to be an issue. Brewing. It needs to restock all food, all meat, every run of the train. Otherwise things are going to start running out. And we can't have that. One more construction task here to reach the train diesel station, and then we're in business. And trains will be able to refuel locally in this area whenever they get to it. And the waste storage will need more construction tasks, especially since these ones were cancelled. This one can remain paused, not necessary right now. I don't know if these buildings will be in range of our waste storage. I'm a little bit guessing that it might not be. It is getting close, but I guess it should be fine. If it isn't, then we might have to set this one up with an asphalt road to make sure it works. Could temporarily cause problems in our hospital with the waste piling up, but upgrading that road section shouldn't be too difficult and take too long. Get some plastic, some fabric, and as the electronics slowly start unloading, we'll have more and more room for the other goods. We should check and see how much our train export of lumber is giving us still. I wonder if the price is still as high as previously. The reason for this area is going to be a train station where lumber is stored, and for that I guess we just need a large open storage, maybe two, to have the materials stored. The incoming trains would move into this and then come out and turn around, bringing it to a sawmill area or to the customs house directly. I think at most there will be 2 trains here, but we could choose this one instead, which would be more compact. This one is more if we need more factory connections. I think I'd rather have more trains. Maybe I'll probably do it as a terminus station. Making them turn around here is a little bit too space inefficient. Although it would work. junction for incoming trains. Waiting line 160 meters. About here. Have the ability for the trains to get to any line they need. Get it a little bit too narrow, I guess. I couldn't do that earlier. It doesn't have to be back here. And then hook these ones up. Now let's move the train station a little bit back to the right. Give it that extra bit of room. It'll be difficult building that. So I think first we have to set up a crossing lane here. Otherwise they'll go here and then they can't get back out. We'll give them that as a setup. Hello Trisextan, welcome. Lots of colors. With the signals? Oh yeah. Purple, orange, blue, light blue, yellow. Very pretty. But the yellow is because it's an unbuilt track. I guess they have different colors here. Now it should be... Now it's fewer colors. No more yellow. No more light blue. Seems like those colors are for unplanned segments. Will be the route to deliver lumber here. We still need our storages. This is not the route to deliver lumber. The lumber storages will be down here. Or is it better to have them up here? I mean, most of the lumber will be stored on trains. These storages shouldn't really run full. Need all terraforming vehicles back. Yeah, we shouldn't need that much storage. Because it's basically going to be at most 4 trains waiting here to load. So the lumber could be directly dropped off into this area. And all of this could be a logging area if we have people carried with like some microbuses into different logging camps. That would work. Could have another rail line go off of this. So if we outproduce the supply for this, we can use this as a pickup location for lumber. Once we have a chemical plant, this would be our supply for lumber basically. And we have up to 4 trains moving it into a sawmill, which would be a lot. I have to build a waste incinerator. The waste trains take too long to unload. Can we get to demolishing these, please? Disable auto search. Unassign everything. But the demolition task and the important one going to the refueling station. Settlement will be closer to this area. There shouldn't be really any pollution being here, but I don't know. Could be a logging camp here, dealing with some lumber on the hillside. Yeah, that wouldn't be a problem. Only one storage. Lots and lots of trucks unloading lumber at all times. Up to 4 trains waiting here to load it. The 5th one to pick up lumber, which we can send here, wait until loaded, like the other ones. And if we need to have like a waiting area, we can put one on this side, put one on this side, to make sure the other trains aren't interrupted, and then route all the logging trains through this area. Not sure. This is something that we might have to set up when we have multiple trains running. So right now it's not necessary. But the option to plan it will be here. If the demand arises. We're using a lot of prefab panels. Sorry about that, I'm having the hiccups. Gravel supply is still plenty. You ought to get some repairs done there. I might have to route you through an end station if you don't get that sorted out. All of these basically need repairs, and they don't seem to be getting it. We're going to set them for repairs and see if they figure that out. Check our repair station for repair tasks right now. Seems to be enough. Supposedly it is in range. But they're definitely not getting it. I guess we might make a bus end station here, where we route the vehicles through, and then that one could probably be used for them to get the end station. We'll build that, set up the vehicle routes. Our excavators seem to be getting repaired, it's just our delivery trucks aren't, so if we send them through the end station, maybe then they count as like being able to get repairs, because they will go in here. Hopefully the repair station will have this monitored, and then at that point it'll send a repair truck here and keep the dump truck in that area until the repairs are done. We need a notification when the construction of that one completes. Four snowplows in total for this area. Snowplow range probably 3 kilometers, but not going past the, not going into the city, I think. Ah, dang it. Why did you mess up my road now? No. I guess they can go into town, that's fine. They will deal with plowing snow all the way up here, at which point they could theoretically turn around. And then yeah, we will have more snow plows in this area, with the technical office in this location, driving up the mountain and plowing snows from this side. And then maybe we'll have one over here, which deals with the last mile and a half, 2 miles. No fabric delivered yet. Or it was already used. That could also be. It's the demolition working of the rail line now. Please be so. Well, yes, they're trying. They're trying very hard. Ignore it. We're waiting for the materials to get cleared up. We'll wait for this demolition to finish up and then we can do that at the same time. Gravel, prefab and steel. We'll lose a few materials, but that's fine. And then there shouldn't be any traffic jam warnings here anymore. The trains can go all the way to the signal, and from there realize when they can go through the junction or not. Our lumber train gives us still 200,000 US dollars for 510 tons, so very good. Gravel, prefab panels and steel. That should be it. Still some gravel. Hello Project 7, thank you very much for the raid. Hello everyone. Okay. Don't send me to, what was the town called? I don't remember. What was the town called where you sent everyone that was misbehaving? Plünderer der Republik. Alright, now we should have the trains be able to go here and get through the junction first. Grenzstadt. Ah, yes, yes. This is the best Gulag. Hello, Sharia Shu. Welcome. We're slowly developing our republic. We're planning out a settlement area to deal with lots and lots of logging camps along this road, I think. Then a storage area and pickup location for just lumber, no sawmill. Baut. Hello, Arsteffen. We've set up our warehouse area recently where we store citizen goods, construction materials, meat, We have a coal delivery point. We're still hooking up the waste pickup location here and a fuel unloading point. Everything has been prepared, but the trains need to be able to refuel here. Gravel is still enough. We're doing a lot of road construction work, some building construction, but our 2 gravel quarries are like completely sufficient with like what we need of them. Could think about exporting some, but yeah. Alright, I need to make sure that this is still hooked up. Here's our radio station, keeping our population very happy, 51% loyalty, boosting education, sports enjoyment, culture, happiness, and reducing alcohol addiction and religion sympathy. Can I check your message? Where? Which message? Oh, right. Right. The trucks up here are not getting repairs. I tried to trigger them manually, but it doesn't work. Even though it's in range of a repair station, it's not enough. We'll try building an end station, routing them through this, and see if they can get repairs then. If that doesn't work, we will have to build a small repair station in Klibroysk to get it sorted. Other than that, slowly growing our population, 1.5k away from another research point. 2 more houses set up. Hopefully the heating will be enough. A new grocer has also been constructed. We can put that onto our existing route. And then this one can deal with the houses up here. Because it's a little bit far for them to walk to the shopping center, so if they only need food, they can buy that next to the hospital in the corner shop. Waste connection is not possible right now to the last building. I think we have to upgrade that to an asphalt road, then it would probably work. Alternatively, I guess just give them another waste storage. But I'll try both. Hopefully this won't cause too many problems with the hospital, but we'll see. High priority on that one. The time is ticking as the hospital is running full on waste. This is our new tunnel construction project from Hellas Hills through the mountain into the main road. And then from this area we go down into our logging area. So this is the connection where we can send workers and students and passengers to our Hellas town to get some necessities dealt with that they need. Like, we probably won't have a cinema here, we probably won't have a sports facility here. They will have abilities to go shopping for at least food and meat, but the rest of it will have to drive into town, I think. And since it's mostly tunnels, shouldn't be too much of a problem. Hello, Cthulhu. On this road, I'm planning a trumpet interchange kind of thing. We basically want to get off into this area and set up our first farming settlement up here. There's a lot of fertile soil. We need to just pick a location, get everything set up. It will need to be relatively self-sufficient. It basically needs to be completely self-sufficient. I don't think even students will go to Hellas. Everything will be localized. And all they will make is crops. I don't think I will have any other industry. So basically what they're supposed to do is deal with a fire station and maintain the farming vehicles. So they don't need to do much. It will need a train connection, and then we can bring the crops to a different location to have them turned into useful goodies. But in the beginning we could probably just export them. I don't think we have the ability to send them to the customs house though. The customs house is already very busy. Too many trains. Yeah. Why are you already here? Waiting until loaded, but you're not fully loaded. I don't understand. Could still get another iron train. The price for iron ore is still down at 12,000, so right now I'm not feeling another iron ore train. We should focus on boosting our lumber exports a little bit. That is where our money currently is. Getting more than 2000% our iron ore export prices is probably a good investment. It's not quite 2000%, but it's close to almost 2000%. So, Project 7, Marvin, this is what I'm exporting lumber-wise. These are my lumber exports right now. 200,000 US dollars from 510 tons of boards. It is ridiculous. We have 4 logging camps into a sawmill, and then 3 logging camps spread around the Republic to boost our logging production a little bit. Although these logging camps will be removed in the future. They are just temporary. Thrown down here to help a little bit. When our iron price dropped, I needed more money, and we got it. Probably limit that to 10 people. I just have these set up to take so many workers because I don't want any unemployment. Old town, lots of criminals. One person, 60% criminality, 21 years old. Another student turned criminal, it looks like. Very high productivity, very high loyalty, but very criminal. So as soon as we catch them, they will probably spend some time in prison where their criminality will be reduced. We should probably boost propaganda a little bit. We could take down all sports enjoyment and just give them a heavy dose of propaganda. Criminality reduction, propaganda increase. Culture enjoyment would be negatively affected. That could get them very mad though. Enjoyment for sport increases. Does that increase loyalty, or is it the culture enjoyment that decreases it? I think it's the culture enjoyment that decreases loyalty. So if you give them culture, their loyalty goes down, at least with the 50% plus loyalty setting that we currently have. So I guess no propaganda, just Around the clock sport. Not really any loyalty loss, no culture gain. Not sure how good that is for them. I need a drink. It might be that this is countered by the radio, because our prisoners do listen to the radio right now. During their work shift even. So I guess they will be released completely criminality free and very loyal with the current setting. So a little bit of no culture gain is probably fine. If we just focus on sport, they're going to be very fit when they get released. I guess as long as this is not too high, it will be counted by listening to the radio, because that's like 1.2%. I'll leave it at that. I did want to build a culture building in this area, and now we have another courthouse here. Well, a proper large-scale courthouse. Didn't have that. We had a small one, and that was running close to capacity, potentially leading to a lot of other issues. We do have a gallery of the art next to the university, which I guess counts as a culture building. $360, 540. Well, 360, the other one is already full. Should be about probably 500 citizens that we will get from these two houses. So we still need more if we want another research point, but I don't know what to research next. Some complaints about pollution, probably from Korasna. I guess we could go for pollution reduction. Let's see, we need a heating plant in this area. The settlement would be basically all of this as an option. I think we'll need like 300 citizens. That's like my go-to number. A small heating plant. Coal is going to be picked up from the Hellas coal storage. So one dump truck should be enough to bring coal here. This one is still being built, I'm not going to interrupt it right now. We'll have the warehouse being connected to the road, and on the opposite side will be the heating plant. This will connect up here. Then the settlement can develop into this area, depending on how far the heating plant can reach. And as I said, it doesn't need too much. Just some basic food. I think it'll probably get its own dedicated delivery. Not sure if I should hook it up to the same delivery as the Hellas Hills area. Seems like food over here is already getting used up quite well. I'll make it its own truck, which has to run through here. We'll have food, we'll have a pub, all being supplied by the same truck. Probably a football playground, some houses, heating, electricity, water and sewage by truck. Maybe the technical office reaches here. It does not. I guess we can't see it yet because the road isn't built. It will probably reach here since it can reach up to this road. So we'll have water and sewage delivered by the Hellas heating technical office. I guess we have our own technical office here, so this one can handle the distribution of water and sewage on its own. We don't need another technical office to deal with that. Finally, the rolling phase of the road has started. It's going to take a while. We're playing on slow speed just because well, normal speed. Feels like slow speed. We're playing on normal speed because things are getting quite busy. I guess I can speed up for a bit. Sometimes things go out of control. We had to redo a lot of the lines away from the customs house into the warehouse area instead. Now that the demolition is done, I guess we need to make sure that our construction officers come back here to rebuild the rest of the roads. These ones are not needed. These ones aren't necessary right now. But we do need this one. So that one goes into the refueling station. And I guess this one needs to be continued as well. And these rail lines can also be built. Signals are a little bit too close to build all of them at the same time, but that's fine. They can build into this and then they will get stuck because I don't think they can reverse past the signals, so we will turn this into a... I think that will allow them to do what they need. Building here, we need the same thing. Oh yeah, I guess we want to route them through this, never mind. We will still need this, but we also need to change this and assign these construction tasks. They're important. Turn the auto search back on. Traffic at the customs house is improving because they're not waiting as long anymore in this area. Our waste is hooked up. We'll set up another waste train. Load any mixed waste. Wait until loaded. And bring it to the customs house. Our lumber price is going up again. It's 235k. Now it's 231k. It's fluctuating, but it's very high. Karasna train depot? No. Not Karasna. We will unload fuel here, wait until unloaded, and pick it up from the customs house. I need to set my train up so it picks up the correct type of waste. We need to load anything and then wait until fully loaded on mixed waste. So it will attempt to load any type of waste, then try to load mixed waste until it's full, and then we should be good. I need to set up our train cars. One of them will haul hazardous waste. These are different types of train cars. Did I get the wrong train cars? I am confused. I feel like I got the wrong train cars. We will send the train back to the depot after it has run once and check it. I'm a little bit uncertain. I feel like I might have gotten aggregate cars. Probably. Might have partially different train cars. I might have connected some from the previous iron mines. Hopefully not. Pick up our waste wagons. Yeah, was that an iron train? I don't know. That's probably why I couldn't combine them into a single route, and why I didn't fully load with waste for some reason. I guess we'll find out. They all look like waste wagons. Must be a mixture. We don't have any hazardous waste here yet, so we'll just load mixed one. But yeah, we have to set up the train cars, so one wagon is hazardous waste and the other one's only mixed waste. Construction office for our steel brake prefab panel and board construction office buses, as well as our mechanical and electronic ones is done. We are going to get probably 10 open hull trucks and 2 covered hull ones. And I think these ones will be the long haul version. They can deliver a lot of construction materials very quickly. I guess in that case I should probably only get 8 of these and then 4 covered hull trucks. I'll do that. Auto search. Add it to the assignment tool. There we go. This area is way too steep. Don't really want to put a pedestrian overpass into this area, or here, right in front of the windows. Would feel a little bit weird. I guess they just have to walk around. It's fine. Maybe one over here. But that's too far away from everything, I think. Plus they already have a tunnel. It goes to this area though. We could have another tunnel connection. I think that would work. We got a footpath tunnel down here, allowing people to more easily get to the hospital instead of having to walk around. And people from up here can go down into this area, maybe to the sports facility or the university. Bus and station is done. We don't really need the refueling option for it, but we might as well add it eventually. Right now I want to see if this works. This one is searching for a repair station. Did not care at all. We might have to build a repair station in the area. We will toggle off the search, see what happens now. Maybe it won't work. Maybe the search radius doesn't show correctly. I guess we'll just build a small repair station here. No warehouse, we're just gonna run a truck with all materials directly back and forth, I think. It'll be a little bit annoying when it gets replaced, because it might lose its assignment, but it'll happen after like 40 years, so we should have plenty of time. Very good. After we have this junction, we can start building these without problem. It's going to be interesting to see if this one gets stuck. It shouldn't with the signal, I believe. It should be able to go through the signal and then back, but I'm not 100% sure. I might also have to change this signal, even though it doesn't want to travel through it. I think it still checks if it can go through it. We only used 9 tons of meat and 60 tons of food. So the additional refrigerated train car was probably not necessary. But if we split this up with another train bringing in food, basically cycling them in order, then we can move one of the refrigerated train cars to the other train and add like 4 to 5 more food trains. So you should be able to go through this and turn around. Yeah, we'll have to remove the signal during the construction period, I guess. Otherwise it won't be able to. Should now be possible. I guess maybe the next time you get here. Maybe the bridge doesn't work. Maybe the bridge also blocks it. That could be possible. Because it just arrives over the bridge and then it can't get out. But it'll be able to turn around once we continue on that path, I guess. Let's get the terraforming vehicles over for now. Work in this area a little bit, get the village set up. We need to bring some fuel again, otherwise they're gonna get cranky and drive very far. Soon you won't be able to pick up that stuff up from the customs house anymore. We can then pick it up from here. Looks like we have our connection to the fuel unloading station set up. We still have some train lines to build, but in general, the most important thing is done. If we build this early, we can get that set up, because we still need a connection to the gas station. And then we can send that train out, bringing fuel here. The train bringing fuel will always be on this line. So if it comes here and decides it needs to refuel, it can just go here and then back out. And it should always be able to get fuel because it always waits here until unloaded. And once it's unloaded and it needs fuel, there should be a decent amount here. Could bring an initial supply of fuel over. I wouldn't be opposed to that. Run fuel once, please. $480 tons of fuel is 3 times as cheap as 500 tons of boards. I guess we're making biodiesel across the border very cheap with the lumber we're providing. Don't ask me how. Alright. That means we have fuel available here now. So the gas station trucks could basically pick up from there instead, which we have to set up. Yeah, that's not going to work, unfortunately. Oh well. The repair station is being built, so it was an experiment. Notify me when that one finishes construction. And since these are lines up here, they basically should send the vehicles down to the repair station. Only the construction officers will need vehicles heading over there to repair them. Our waste train should have arrived by now. The waste up here seems to be handled fine by the upgraded train. Let's take a look at these. Okay, these are dumper train cars. That makes sense. Did I mess up another train then? I don't know. Let's fix the route and set up our storages correctly. The last train car will only be hazardous waste, and every train car other than that will be mixed waste. Man, maybe I made a mistake. I made a bug report with the graphics, but maybe it was me buying the wrong train cars. No, it can't be. I had the right ones. I remember it. Are the red train cars maybe not correct? I still think I have a few waste train cars in here. There's one. Oh, we can't see it. Maybe I bought the wrong ones. Might have been running iron train cars to the waste storage here for a while and thought it was a bug. So I guess we only have 2 waste trains right now. We'll pick up the last. All these aren't. There's only one waste train left. One waste train car. We're gonna pick up one more, and then I guess we have 2 more aggregate train cars. If we get... Oh, these are the completely wrong ones, we have to get rid of them. We'll basically sell the aggregate ones, the dumper cars. They are not what we want. I think they're less capacity than the western ones. Yeah, 92 tons. So I must have bought the wrong train cars. I think I had them since the beginning. Time to upgrade more roads through our town. One by one now. It's gonna be a slow process. Yeah, we'll have to go the long way around, but it should hopefully work. If we upgrade everything very slowly, we'll get there. Okay, that is not okay. Almost done. And you'll get stuck again, but that should be the last construction task. Oh, actually you can turn around now that you're connected to this train line. That's fine. Yep, you can run through there very soon. The other train's just gonna get stuck here because the signal was set up incorrectly, so they weren't waiting here, they were waiting in this block, which was a little bit too close. Because our junction is over here. Could remove these signals, then this train would realize that it could run through. For the time being. Construction train will not run through because it doesn't know where the other construction train is going to go. As long as the construction train has a decent speed of construction, it should be fine and not cause any traffic jam warnings for the trains. We had some other issues that were causing them. We need to change our fuel routes for a lot of vehicles. And we need to make sure that the fuel supply here is sufficient, because I do not want to run into issues where we suddenly have no more fuel. Because that would, like, grind everything to a halt. I should probably have an emergency truck somewhere that has, like, fuel that I can dump into a gas station. I should set one up. The problem with that one is currently I have it set up to allow replacement of vehicles from depots. It should be one that does not that isn't used in the whole replacement scheme of things. Here's our dump trucks. We'll need to send some materials. Pick up steel, bring it to the repair station, and I guess we'll tell you to wait until unloaded. We have 3 slots in here. So I want the vehicle to be constantly running around. I guess so. We could try with one of them being occupied. But no, that won't work. Now the other one couldn't get in, so... I mean, if all 3 of them are occupied, things would already be looking... Oh, no, 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 don't cancel repairs. Don't cancel repairs. Don't like that. This one, fabric, mechanical, plastic, electronics. Into the repair station. And then set up the loaded resources. That's 50%, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. There you go. Let's see if that one sorts it. You're set up correctly. We might have to cancel the trucks again if they occupy all parking lots. I guess I could restrict it. If I limit the amount of workers in here, all parking spaces basically can't really be occupied. So I'm restricting the amount of repairs happening in parallel. Let's go through the other gas station lines, I guess. I think it might be a neat idea to have a centralized storage for fuel inside Hellas itself. And then we can set all of them up over there. Iron price going down, very nice. But maybe Hellas is too close. If we have another larger settlement, then yes, we would pick it up from the train station, bring it over into another centralized storage area, and distribute it from there. But I guess Hellas can pick it up from the train station directly because it's not such a long route. We need to check all routes for oil tankers. That one is a custom route. Fuel end station in Kurasna is fine. Highway picking up from Kurasna rail yard is fine. That's fine. I guess all of Kurasna is already pretty much like centralized. Except this one. This one could cause issues. Just because of the order. There's a small bug. So we'll put it at the end of the line. And then this one is okay. Which gas station is that? Oh, got it. Here's our second highway gas station line. Let's keep going. Now we get to Hellas. You're picking up from the customs house. Incorrect. That one is set up correct. Also, that one needs to change. Bitumen is its own thing, but we do need to change the customs house to be the last stop instead. Just as a precaution. Klibriusk was already changed. Kolata is far away, but we will add the stop as the customs house as the last stop instead. And then for the rail construction office we already did that, so only Kolata is missing basically. And that should get all of the gas station lines sorted basically. Wasn't that difficult. Thankfully we had them all named and they had the correct icon. The bitumen one goes to the customs house last too, yeah. We got the rail line to the train diesel station. Only one right now, but that is enough to send out this train permanently. And then we have to finish this construction to allow for other trains to refuel in this area. And then the upper lane, going around everything, is basically for other trains to pick up fuel from the location if they need it. Or deliver fuel here from a production site. Terraforming vehicles have arrived. I would like to get a little bit more space here. Our heating plant was supposed to get into this area. The road construction finished. I don't think there will be any heat exchangers. There could be, but only if the village for some reason gets longer than anticipated. Like not heat pumping station, but the heat exchangers, I mean. While this is being built, we should really get rid of these and complete the route here. I'm not going to care about that little bit of fuel in there. Demolition office is not in range, so we will assign it manually. And then hook up the road after it's done. Yeah, we barely use any fuel, any food. We are using more meat this time around though. Get the heating plant set up. As I said, we're gonna get a grocer. I should name this area. We have the Drayori Cliffs. It's not gonna be in Kershta, that was the construction site. Do I get a bus platform? I need a bus platform because I need to carry citizens around. Could use a bus stop, but I guess a small bus platform will do just as well. And dot cooler. And then we can have an end station over here to do the line spacing. small one will be enough. That'll allow us to pick up the citizens. Once the tunnel constructions are done, we can send them over to either Hellas Hills or Hellas Old Town to get an education, to go into the Gallery of Art, visit certain buildings that they need. But they should have at least access to shopping in the area, like at least food. Food and a pub is what they should have, I believe. We can put all of those resources into one truck, pick them up from the Hellas warehouse area, deliver them here in a constant route. And also route that through the end station theoretically, but I don't have that one planned. Only one vehicle will be necessary, so an end station doesn't really make much sense. The name of this area is Samhaska, or Shamaska, or something like that. I don't know how you pronounce the S with the bit at the bottom. So it is what it is. I think I'm going to use these houses. They are only 77% quality flats, but we could also use these. They don't look terrible. How many do they hold? 138. Sure. No one may move into this area yet. We have to set up a few things first. We can move all the way over here with our residential area. I'm choosing to build the first houses here, I guess. They will get a football playground next to the pub. And if the area grows larger, then we can add more and more buildings as necessary. We need electricity, water and sewage. Water and sewage will only be a substation. Electricity, we will have to get a wire to go here, I think. Probably not an underground one. That would be fairly difficult to get through the mountain with an appropriate construction time. Connections are over here. I think I'll put a switch in this area and then go off of that so we can switch over to an underground wire through the town and then go above ground from here. This might be too far, but we'll see. Not exactly sure how much electricity we can get through. Yeah, we can go underneath that bridge, why not? If it lets us. It will not. Then we'll have to go across, I guess. We'll follow the road here. We're not gonna go directly over the peak, that would be a little bit ridiculous. But we'll cut through this terrain. And we'll find a path through here. That would be hilarious, but no. That would make the wires be on the same level as the bridge. That is neat, but not intended. Let's go from this side. Then we have to find a way across here. I kind of want to make it an underground wire that follows the tunnel and then comes out here. But I don't think we can switch it. I would need to, well, I would have to build another switch. I don't think we can go change the type of wire in the middle. We'll have to come over here, I think. Remove that, get this wire. Maybe it'll be fine. I'm building this way and not directly into this area because I know I wanted to develop this area with more housing. So the electric wire will have to go this way instead. If we can't get enough electricity over, then we'll have to change something. But I believe it'll be fine. Especially since the logging area will not need that much electricity. We do, however, need a switch over here because we will have more than one connection. So the power line will actually have to go through a switch first. That is how it should be. And then and from here we can have more wires go along this way, just to provide a little bit of electricity logging camps. And eventually we might just hook up to a transformer from this side, if it is closer. There will be a lot of logging camps in here. Not quite in range of our residential buildings, but a microbus will deal with that. Maybe even a personal vehicle. I'm considering having personal vehicles drive between these, like give them a parking lot and just buy some personal vehicles. If it isn't within walking distance. I'll start with like 2 logging camps. One of them in walking distance, one probably by vehicle. We'll see. And then develop towards this area. Parking lot, 2 logging camps in walking distance. And electricity. I don't think we'll need water. Waste will have to be handled by probably a large truck that we will have to drop into the technical service. And therefore the town itself should probably also be large trucks. I do need to build a clinic, I think. Clinic strikes me as reasonable, especially for woodcutters. That should definitely give walking access to this logging camp. This one, probably not. But yeah, I'll deal with some small parking lots, I think, to make these logging camps run. This does have access to electricity. Barely, but it does. And this one should too, but it doesn't really matter for the parking lot. Probably 2 to 3 vehicles per logging camp. I'm planning like 6 maybe? That would be 18 personal vehicles. So a large parking lot for our citizens would be appropriate. We might need 2 of these. 28 cars. That would only be 14 vehicles. We could fill this up completely. There's not really any intention to have people drive to this parking lot from another area. But we'll see. And water and sewage will be provided, as I said, via a small substation. Supplied from the main road, I guess. If the wires weren't in the way. This should be in range. Doesn't have to be. We'll make sure it is though. Having multiple of these is not a problem, in case we need to extend our town. I guess the logging camp really shouldn't need those. I should just focus one here and make sure our houses are supplied. Because if I start dropping them for each logging camp, then I guess that's fine. Sure, let's put one here. We could drop the sewage directly into the river. There wouldn't be anything wrong with that. But we'll probably have multiple sewage substations. So we'll let a truck handle that, instead of building an infrastructure. No, you'll have to wait. There's already a construction train here. A little bit of a traffic jam. Yep. Shop is out of goods is not... well, good. We are out of electronics. We are picking up electronics from the Old Town warehouse in Hellas, which does have electronics. Our vehicle only has clothing loaded. So this vehicle got replaced and it probably lost its assignments. Is my assumption. So we'll get more electronics once the truck has made a delivery of clothing and has freed up some of its room for electronics again. I hope they fix that. Who wants distribution offices? I want lions. We have to get lions. No demolition office in range. Well, we have to do this one first. Repair station is set up. We have all materials in here. And we could theoretically tell them to wait until unloaded. I think for the steel I will do that. That will occupy one line. That is probably okay. Then one line for repairs and the last line for delivering materials. That will constantly run. Alternatively, I get a warehouse set up. But I don't feel like doing that. Got the second line hooked up for refueling in the area. The trains can choose either. But when the other train is parked here, then yeah, they only have one option. And it comes. That was smooth. The downside of this setup, as you can see, is that if there's a fire over here while the fuel train is parked, we have a problem. Thankfully, this only happens temporarily when trains have to refuel. We got our electronics delivered again. Very nice. Wait, do I have two vehicles? No, that's... Is that the one I just set up? Seems to be. Okay. So yeah. If there's a train refueling, that could be a problem. Our oil train is 100 meters long. If it at some point arrives from the other side, it will also be parked on top of the road. At that point we might have to rework this area. Or we can turn this into a one-way rail where the only way to enter is from this side. And then you can leave out the other side, but that would mean that the parked train doesn't really block anything. Are you blocking yourself now? I think so. I don't really have a turn, like a junction set up yet. I'll have to get the construction trains in this. For the time being, I'll plan these signals. That should hopefully allow everything to go smoothly. And allow this train to turn around with the loop that we built over here. It was basically blocking itself. And yeah, in this configuration it doesn't block anything. We could also take one of the oil tankers off and then it would also not block on this side. Carrying 360 tons of fuel would still be sufficient, I think. We'll see when it causes issues, I guess. Rail construction is almost completely done in this area too. Our construction office doing a very good job. We will have to assign it to the junction that I just set up, the switch here. We'll need to get these built, and we should probably get towards this area, but the rest is not necessary yet. And that way we can put the signals in a way where these are one-way lanes. These are not one-way lanes, these are basically two parking spaces for aggregate trains. Then we have one-way lanes here, all the way to the junction. This one, as I just described, we need to build the switch, and this one is also set up as a one-way lane into 3 parking spaces. And then these ones are not one-way lanes yet, because it's not set up that way currently. This is still construction area, I guess. Should probably also finish this line. It's still assigned. But we can also build from this side. I think the demolition of the free gas station is probably done. Yep. Can get rid of all of these. Build a section of road, and after we have that one set up, we need to get the gas station back up, we need to get the vehicle storage back up, and then plan a junction up here with on and off ramps onto the highway. And then we should get access to our farming area. Whereas first we'll have to build a settlement, then once we have a running fire station we can develop the other things. Like the farm, the grain storage, the rail yard. The rail yard is probably just going to be the grain silo. I don't think we need an explicit rail yard. But it might be a grain silo with a rail yard for like 3 or 4 trains. I'm not sure how we're going to set this up. It's probably just going to be the grain silo with the plan to have some smaller trains constantly running crop exports throughout the year. At most 2 trains. We have electricity plant, we have water and sewage plant, we have heating, we have food, alcohol, a clinic, school and education will be gotten from Hellas itself. The last thing we will need is a kindergarten, I think. Let's see if we actually get electricity over here or if it's too far. No unloading of materials. This is only a supply location. We will probably drop the lumber into the... well, we will have to drop it in here. I think I might have to get a road cargo station though. But then again, there should always be room in here. I don't want a traffic jam to cause any problems. Oh, we did not plan for a road cargo station, that's for sure. We could also unload at the train station and just say, yes, you can, the resources can go over into the storage. So the train station will be the unloading station. This logging camp will only have 1 truck moving lumber back and forth. And they will not be set to... well, I guess they will have to be set to wait until unloaded. So we'll have this distance to the technical office as a parking space, I guess. There could be traffic jam warnings though. We do have the option to have road cargo stations on the rail line here. That would allow us to have 4 trucks in this area. Not sure if I want that. Okay. We need to fix our signals. This is correct. This is not. This is not. These are old construction train signals where I wanted to make sure that we could have enough vehicles running through. We'll have to go to the depot real quick and make room. Then we'll send you back. Just let the train out and it'll be fine. You are going through this into the same line. Currently I haven't set this up yet because it's not a one-way line yet, but you need to ignore red and move out of there. Yes, you should be able to turn around now. This train will wait here. As soon as we have multiple signals, it'll be fine. But I can't have multiples right now, otherwise we'll cause issues. But we shouldn't have any blocking trains in the gas station anymore this way, for the time being. Are you trying to refuel in the wrong place now? I think that train is trying to refuel in the wrong line, where the other train is already at. Well, that's less than ideal. Thought I did something smart, but if these trains decide to have the ability to refuel here, then I guess this train can't wait around. Oh well. Guess that won't work then. Can't really tell them to use only this lane. I could let them run into here, but this is not long enough for longer trains, so that won't work. I guess we just won't have a parked fuel train then. We could put another unloading station here that is only for incoming fuel trains, and then hook it up into the oil tank with another connection. And maybe we'll do that, so we only have this connection for picking up fuel and transferring it somewhere else. We'll have like a reserved lane just for that. Only really need one connection for this. That won't do. That's the wrong rail. That is also horrible. That should do. There we go. The downside of this is it can only leave this way, but it has the option of turning around with the loop, I guess. If we ever want to supply fuel here. We could also drop it in this station, I guess. A little bit of an unfortunate setup, I guess. Guess it won't be that easy. No snapping. Come off this lane. Cool, cool. Definitely not intended, but now that we have trains running around here, things are a little bit different. Now the signals had to be changed. These ones have higher priority. What mess did I make here? Jesus. This is horrible. Can we remove that? Only, no, yeah, that one. Do we need this line? I don't think so. Yeah, I think this one is too much. The chaos. Okay, so trains come in on the right lane, enter either these or go onto the left lane for this, and then they go all out onto the left lane down here, and that will allow us to turn this into a one-way setup. That was also missing. That means this area is currently nothing, which is fine. Rail construction over here finishing up, last rail line being built. What's our construction office doing? Not much. I guess it's mainly groundworks right now. Well, all the dump trucks are busy. Only some concrete mixers remain. Oh, we have a small dent inside our quarried stone storage, so we're currently consuming more gravel than we're producing. But that is, you know, we have all 4 vehicles. It's just like very small over our production capacity. But I guess we might need another quarry or 2 if demand keeps steady like that. At that point we would need more production. Oh wait, I have an idea. The area that I just freed up. What if I snuck in a aggregate train loading station? It does fit. Don't think I can get any connections to it though. It's a little bit... I don't think the road connection will work, and I don't think the conveyor connection will work. Yeah. We would probably have to change this area. Or just take the gravel out onto a different conveyor belt. And maybe move it over here and have another parallel loading station for gravel if we really wanted it on the network. Or just hook up a storage and just have a truck constantly running gravel over here. Which would be a little bit terrifying. Oh, yeah, I have another name for another mountain if we ever get to one. I don't think this constitutes as one, but maybe this one. We'll put a name tag on this one. On the peak, but actually it's not the peak. It's Polishefo Summit. There's another one back there that it's basically screaming for a name tag. The river has already been named. Maybe we have to relocate that to a little bit of a different area. But it makes sense to have it next to the bridge, I think. We also have to change the waste trucks to drop off the waste here instead of at the Karasna main mine, I believe. Actually no, wait, Hellas? Since we now have an asphalt road here, it might just be best to leave this. Since we're not dropping off the construction waste in here anymore from the Klibriusk gravel processing, then the waste handling should be fine on both sides. Well, okay, these houses have filled up. We have 81 people without their own flat. We'll have to consider some more housing expansion. It is minus 16 degrees right now. Let's check the heat water tanks. We are looking very good. These are at 65, 62, the furthest down. We're at 68, 69 over here. Could have some more houses on the hill. We still have another heating connection that we can get off of this heat pumping station, I believe. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Calibrios. So a sixth one should be possible with our current setup. And then we would need new heating plants. So we could drop off a heat exchanger and develop more housing here. Or add more housing to our existing buildings. Some of them are struggling when it gets really cold. But it doesn't drop below 17, which is good. So I would hesitate a little bit to add more housing right now. At least up in the hills area. We're making so much money. It's ridiculous. Finishing the rail line construction to Samaska. And we'll just have to wait for all houses to be built here. We'll have to get meat, food, and we probably can use the Calibrios transportation route for that. Because I don't think those trucks are getting overworked at all. They barely unload anything here. So they would alternate. They would go to the warehouse, go to Calibrios, warehouse again, go to Samaska, back and forth. And if there's going to be a maintenance of that vehicle, could be a food shortage. But hopefully the repairs will be done fairly quickly by the vehicle repair station. I do have to limit the amount of resources stored here. We barely need any fabric. We do not need electronics. We need a decent amount of mechanical components. Decent amount of plastics. That looks okay. But I did mess up the numbers. 30, 80, 90, 95, 100. Maybe a little bit high on the mechanical components. I'll turn that down to 25, no 30. This to 40, and this to 25. That looks okay. Might be a little bit low on mechanical components now, but the route is running constantly, so hopefully it will be fine. I guess this area could also deal with a dedicated vehicle. It is quite a long route, but if our snowplows are working effectively, then there shouldn't be a problem for most of the year. Except if there's maintenance or fresh snowfall, we could potentially run into issues. We might have to go towards vehicle production at some point. Get a car dealer in this area, so we just supply our own produced vehicles here, and we can now automate the whole setup. And then maybe get some more personal vehicles along the line in different parts of our republic again. They are quite fun. Looks like this tunnel is about halfway done. Still have these dump trucks, they need to be replaced. Not right now, but we need to set up the correct replacement for them. The Mark P model. Better Western vehicle. These ones are construction office. MTGS. This one, very old vehicle. Lots of work done by them. And then these ones are also construction office vehicles. Some of them are from the former route of like where they were running to the heating plant storage, bringing coal there. But yeah, we're just going to use the Western vehicle. I'm MGGS everywhere. No diversity. Just that vehicle all around. Okay, setting up this. We have to set up the fuel, the fuel pipes. Basically, we have to get connected over here with an underground pipe, please. Unfortunately, this is not set up in a way where that will work easily. We'll have to get to this side. I guess it will work fine. When we have fuel unloading here, this is also unloading if we deliver fuel to this area. If we want fuel loading, then at that point we will have to hook up this pipe, but right now it's not necessary. The option is there though. This hopefully has electricity, and then yeah, just have to wait for it to get built, wait for the rail lines to finish construction, and we will have our new parking area for the delivery train for fuel, not interrupting the refueling process in the area. Back to 13.5k US dollars for iron. Not beating our lumber exports though. I have no idea why that is. You didn't... Oh, I guess you refueled and didn't load back to full. Oh no, you went to load boards first, my bad. Now you're loading the other materials that we're not making ourselves yet. Running these trains consistently will probably also increase their usage, so if we had a train distribution office, then the trains would probably last a little bit longer. But they still seem to be running quite a while before they actually need to be replaced, which is nice. More asphalt. I hope our bitumen deliveries are keeping up. It's only one truck. Yeah, it's fine. Cement, also fine. We got this junction. Once we have this one, which is currently not urgent, we can... well, it is urgent. I want to turn this into a one-way line. We need both junctions. Could have also set up a junction underneath the bridge, which would have covered both, I guess. But I wanted all of the mess being... I wanted all of the mess in one area, rather than having it hidden underneath the bridge. We already have the signals down there, and they're kinda hard to see if something goes wrong. I do like how messy the rail yard is, gotta say. We still have our initial power lines here from the beginning, which were like absolute chaos. But it's running so far. It's not making us much profit, but it's keeping the fuel price down, I guess. I wonder if we could combine that with another train and sell it instead. I would like to have it scrapped though. Getting a lot of components out of that. Giving us a lot of profit on the eastern border. $59 people without their own flat. Could have one house here maybe. Should be in range of everything. I think we should add some housing. The heating was like... it still had the capacity everywhere, nothing was struggling. 17 degrees internal inside temperature, when it was minus 17 degrees outside. That's pretty good. Heat water consumption, oh man. So if you divide the heat water consumption by the amount of workers inside, you get the efficiency of the building retaining temperature, I guess. What's the walking distance? All the way to the shopping center. 411 meters. Quite far, but also pretty good. I think we'll go for some high capacity buildings over here. That way we can develop this further. And if things go bad, we can drop a heat exchanger here. That way we can't reach the shopping center anymore. But I think we'll just add a grocer to the area. They can't reach the grocer up here either. They can get to the hospital. If I would make the footpath a little bit more efficient, then they probably can get over there. Like if I had a tunnel connection, I guess. We have a footpath tunnel on this side that they could use. That would solve the problems, I believe. And 400 meters to the shopping center. Could also walk to the university with 440 meters and less distance to the clinic, meaning that we can also reach the grocer over here. But we will place a grocer in this area. I think we'll get one building set up, see if everything works, and get the footpath tunnel set up. I could move the footpath tunnel all the way back here to maybe have something else next to the bridge, I guess. But I don't really feel like doing that. We're just gonna put some greenery there. I'll probably plan for heat exchangers right in this area and then develop some housing along here, which will be our last heat exchanger for our current heating plants. I believe they still have capacity. I didn't check during winter. Might be worth it to check first. But from the pipes, we should be fine. And the pipe going into Klibriusk also says that, well, this one basically doesn't use that much heating at all. It does, however, have an above ground heating pipe for part of the way, meaning that it loses more temperature, but it basically doesn't use the full efficiency of the heat exchanger. So we are going to use like 5.5 heat exchangers from the 6+ that we could. Since our heat water tank is in 1050, we have 2100 between two heating plants. And if we divide that by 3, we get 7 heat exchangers, right? So actually we could have another one. But that would probably be our buffer. Don't want to overdo it. Only one heating plant is running right now. The other one is not needed. This area will turn into a quite high amount of pollution at some point. Not right now. Once we have the 3rd and 4th heating plant in the area with the extra coal storage, by that point hopefully we can check what the pollution actually is. Wait, does that count as a settlement? Or can I not put a zone into a settlement? guess it ends here, because a new settlement starts. I mean, that'll work for me. Sure. Not sure why it doesn't like that. Oh, I don't know why it does question marks though. It must be getting confused with the zone inside here. I basically want the roundabout to be a little bit slower, because some vehicles had trouble leaving their junction because the other vehicles were approaching too quickly. So the speed has been reduced a little bit. I might have to send that in as a question why it's not working. I mean, it is working, but why it's showing as question marks. Good happiness, 73%, way higher than the quality of flats. Radio station doing a very good job at improving the happiness in our village. Nice to see. Maybe I should have used smaller, low-density housing in Somaska again, but I wanted the inner area to at least have some easy to set up higher density housing, I guess. It's going to be a lot of people, but there might be some low-density housing along the way here, or behind the other houses. That is to be decided. Hello, Ozan. What did you miss today? We started setting up our logging area, Somaska, which is not going to have a lot of service buildings. There will be a bus route running up this hill, technical service to clear the main road, and then a tunnel connection into Hellas Hills or Old Town to allow us to drop off people. Otherwise, we have changed up, I think, all routes now to pick up resources from Hellas warehouses and the fuel unloading point. We messed around a little bit more with the rail connections over here. I think everything is in order now. These ones still need to be built. I removed one rail line, giving us a little bit of space in between. I think it was getting a little bit much with how many train lines I wanted to have in the area. We're expanding Hellas a little bit. We're 1,000 citizens away from another research point. Not sure what to research. I was wondering if I should get the setting to restrict loyalty for education, but if we're just boosting everyone's loyalty with the radio station, then I guess it doesn't really matter. We got the radio station running, yep. Our loyalty is 54 now, so it's much higher. Crime is supposedly becoming an issue somewhere. Some people are experiencing crime. Not in Kurasna, not in Hellas, at least not in the main police station. Not in Kolata, and I also thought that Cliperios was doing fine. So I don't know where that crime is happening. We could check the map overlay to see what reported crime happened. There is some serious crime happening in our main town, and some in Karasna. But it should all be handled, right? I think we'll remove this courthouse, because then we can have those workers go into the clothing factory. Oh no, we're already full, never mind. I guess we have enough workers in the clothing factory. We have some crime. Police stations are on the case, so I don't think we need to change anything. I mean, it's unfortunate that crime is happening, but we'll probably not be able to get rid of it. Maybe we should institute harsher sentences. We still have capacity in our prison. This courthouse doesn't have a waste storage yet. Still. That way we can have 2 waste storages, maybe one more for recycling later. Let's check our technical office, see if everything else is hooked up. Yeah, it's just the courthouse, the water purification plant, and this thing. But it does have an internal waste storage. The water pump, I mean. The rest is fine. The football playground shows incorrectly. This one is hooked up, there's a waste storage right next to it. Maybe there should be a waste storage for this fire station. So we don't have to drive over here as often. So we'll just drop a large waste storage across the street. Asphalt and concrete plant, no waste storage. Don't know. They have sufficient internal storage capacity there where we don't need to worry about it, I believe. Unless we want to do recycling, then I guess we could use the former area where we had a electric substation. I don't know if it would get the concrete plant. Might have to get a footpath onto this road for that to work. Yeah, the asphalt plant would be in range, but not the concrete plant. But if I get a footpath here, I believe it would be covered. It doesn't need to be an asphalt footpath, although the amount of resources we have in the area should really say that we just build an asphalt one and don't worry about it. Yeah, then it's definitely in range. And we could do recycling through that. We could do waste separation if we wanted. No plan for it right now, but let's drop the waste storage in. At least that'll remove the highlighting of the buildings. And we'll see more correctly what the situation is. Gravel processing plant, no waste connected. Could also be water or sewage, but we already know that these ones are connected. And the quarries. They might need it. They have a storage, so I guess they also highlight incorrectly. Maybe at some point we can have a settlement that has only a gravel recycling building. Oh, look, another epidemic. Sure, we have a hospital. Maybe we can have a settlement that is only a gravel recycling building, and then all of the gravel from all across the map is just carried over there through some waste train stations. We couldn't really do that with the dumps, but we do have the factory connection with the garbage transfers hooked up, so that should probably do it. Alternatively, we need to use we need a train station with aggregate loading, and then put the construction waste in there, and then the loading process would be much faster. Last train line, very good. After this one is done, we can finally set this up as a one-way line, and then the issues will be gone. I want the signals that way, because if I had the other signal here, there could be a train parked on this section of road, which I wanted to avoid if possible. But yeah, we now have a one-way line through this area, and I think everything is hooked up correctly. This is still construction territory. Yeah, not done with this area just yet. Okay, this train went to refuel, now it has to go all the way around to turn around and go back into the unloading station. We're still waiting for this one to be built. And we're set up. There might be another turnaround loop here that is a little bit closer. Turnaround loop here, and then maybe a line coming in this way. I didn't really want to do too much terrain work. But we do have a lot of room, even though it requires us to flatten quite a bit of stuff. Let us set up the free vehicle depot again, so that we can have that available once we start thinking about terraforming in the area. And also a free gas station, I guess. We will not turn this into a one-way road, otherwise they go here, refuel, and have to travel all the way back. That doesn't make much sense. Okay. Then send out the vehicles, I guess. I don't think I don't need them anymore here. We might, but right now they should travel back over here again, being sent back and forth. And where did I send the fuel truck? Or did it already get replaced? There it is. We can start running. But instead of the customs house, you can pick up fuel from here now. Much faster. This will only ever hold logs. That was a slow train construction. We got the radio. Will the truck go to the depot and stop there when finished? Yes, it will. It has the task of picking up fuel, sending it to the free gas station, and then the last stop is the road depot with nothing, and that means it will stop there and stay inside the building. That's how I get some fuel for our construction vehicles over here without having a constantly running route. Without the need for a distribution office. That is neat indeed, yeah. For these temporary construction sites, it makes a lot of sense. That parking lot is done. This one not quite. I guess it can be built by once people move in here, so it's not that urgent. Wood storage, train station. Also got electricity. Well, once the electricity has been hooked up, I guess. Meanwhile, we're still building stuff in Hellas as well. At least we should. You were picking up from Old Town. I think these construction offices need to be changed to pick up workers from our new bus stop over here. The Old Town bus stop still has workers, but they're all being carried down to the university bus stop, which is kind of our town center now. We do have a lot of excess workers, but they won't stay here for long. We could think about raising our loyalty requirement in the university, which I think I will do. I assume the maximum we can achieve is 70, because I haven't seen anyone over 70% loyalty yet with the radio station. So we'll stay 10% below that. Same as our radio station. We'll also up the score. I will probably leave it at 50 for like our minor towns slash villages if they have a school or university, because they might be subject to larger fluctuations. But our town should be stable and spewing out a lot of loyalty, basically, for our citizens. Hopefully that will allow our construction offices to pick up workers a little bit better, so that we can finish the construction of the new settlement. We will have to wait for the tunnel to finish. Otherwise we can't really go into town, and well, I guess we could have a bus route going into Hellas University first, which would be around here rather than through the mountain. That might work. Driving around a little bit further, just to get the area set up. And I guess in regards to culture and sports enjoyment during winter, if they can listen to the radio, they might be fine. Sorry about that. So as long as they have like access to food and the occasional access to electronics, they probably will be fine. I don't think I need that in the area anymore. We still have to set up logging camps along the road with some parking lots and electricity. But I believe that the terraforming in this area is pretty much done. Where's Clipperus picking up workers from? Hellas University. That makes sense. I don't have a dedicated construction office for workers yet. I felt like having a few construction office buses in each of the construction offices might resolve that. Where are you picking up from? University. Yep. It's the best chance to pick up workers, I think. I wonder if I should turn this into a one-way road setup as well. Probably counterclockwise would be better. No, counterclockwise wouldn't work because of this section. So it would have to be clockwise. I mean, I basically only want buses to enter here and then leave this way or this way, but there shouldn't be any traffic in this way. Because it interrupts the buses doing... If they drive straight through, it would interrupt these buses doing a left-hand turn. I could give the buses priority for leaving, I guess. Make sure this side has the priority road. That would resolve it. So, would it? Probably. No, these ones don't have the right of way. Main traffic from the roundabout should have priority. But now these ones that want to drive straight through have priority before the bus stop. But they had that one before. All we did now is that the buses have priority before vehicles coming from this way, which is, I guess, okay. So much money. Why is logging that profitable? It wasn't in the run before. I mean, we made some money, but it basically kept us afloat. It was not that profitable back then. But we also made a little bit more money with oil, I guess. Things are weird. So weird. We will require a vehicle bringing fuel here. We should probably also set up a gas station, because we will have personal vehicles that would like to refuel themselves as well. So a small gas station with a truck that will refuel the end station and then stand around in the gas station is probably all we need. And should the end station run empty, the buses can then refuel at the gas station. Basically telling the truck inside that, hey yo, we need some fuel here, as soon as the gas station gets drained enough. If it doesn't get drained by other vehicles, the technical services probably should do that by themselves. They might send most of the workers into the tunnel construction, which is why things are maybe a little bit slow. We will lower the priority so they put these construction tasks at the back of the queue. Nothing else needs to be built, they can work on the tunnels. And yeah, there were a lot of workers in those. We did restrict them. They get restricted by default. But we don't have that many buses carrying workers, so it was probably taking most of our capacity. Where is our fire station? We do have a larger fire truck, it just chose to use the smallest one. And I guess it was correct. It was able to extinguish the fire. I think the area is relatively stable. Barring any pending bugs that could cause issues, and maybe I made a misplanning that will catch up to us eventually, but right now things seem to be fairly stable. And no distribution office in sight. All map. There's no filter for distribution offices at all. I do miss them though. They make things very convenient, especially for like distributing fuel to buildings. Anything that is like distributing repair materials is quite neat, but I guess with lines you can get the repair materials delivered consistently. But if a vehicle requires repairs, then another vehicle can just jump in and do the delivery instead, so the distribution offices do have definitely advantages over lines. But I don't mind using lines, this feels like old school It's developing into, at least on this map for me, it's developing into an old school rail game, train game, I guess. This junction is so messy, I love it. We need to assemble a train hauling wood, which is going to be a copy of our train that is hauling boards. It will be the exact same, probably a different color though. We have a capacity of 510, so it's 5 train cars. Can we afford it? I think so. Cargo wagon, center beam, I think we can afford it. I like the hybrid of Dio and lines. Too much pain to only using lines, but I understand well the challenge. Yes. It would be nice in many instances to just use a distribution office, especially rail distribution offices, for the delivery of the materials into the storages, for the delivery of the fuel. Would be way easier. But this does have its charm. I guess we're just gonna use green. Get 5 of these, get another train, collect all of them. Not gonna use the shunting train for that. Should I sell these ones? Wait, do I still have another set of waste wagons in here? No. We have one waste, 2 waste, and apparently 2 iron. Did I set the music for looping? No, I did not. My bad. Start from the beginning. And, well, I guess I'll keep them around for now. We do need another train, and that one will have to pick up our lumber though. The next research is probably going to be the steel mill. If coal stays as cheap as it is, we could just import it for now while we develop into an area. $18 or $20 for buying a ton of coal is doable. And then we could use our existing iron ore instead of exporting it and send it to the steel mill. And if we arrive at the steel mill, unload the iron ore and we can't unload fully, we can either wait until unloaded or more realistically then send the rest to the customs house. Yeah, I think I made a mistake with the waste trains. I think I had an aggregate train car or 2 in there. Customs house to depot, load anything that is inside the customs house and bring it back after you've refueled, of course. And we'll have to do that twice, I believe. Still not done with these construction tasks, unfortunately. But once we have this station set up, we can park the fuel train in here. The waste train will have to have the ability to go into the main line. Otherwise, once we have 2 coal trains waiting here, the waste train might get stuck behind them. And for that we will need a train line just going through here, I guess. And the same is true for incoming trains. Right now we're running through the coal storage area, which is not 100% ideal. Train comes in, goes in here, goes through this, leaves, done. This train currently can run past this area. I don't have a way for it to join the main line back yet, but we haven't really decided on what the exit of this rail yard is going to look like. This is just future proving it. The other way to future-proof it would have to be another train line out here. But I think it'll just be past the waste unloading station somewhere in this area, basically. But this has to happen just for the waste train to have an exit. Because I think the 2 extra heating plants in this area will happen at some point. Good plan, yeah. Things are slowly getting built now that the tunnels have lower priority. We will fill up our logging camps with vehicles. We will get a dump truck so we can bring coal to our heating plant. It will be a relatively short route, so not too bad. We're going to use the same dump truck everywhere. It's going to be a little bit monotonous, but we are focused on Western vehicles. That's where our profit lies. I'll just add another stop, I guess, for the time being, so I can create the route. Samaska coal heating plant. First line for Samaska. Just waiting on the construction to finish, just need a few workers. Other lines that we will have to have is food, meat, and alcohol, and that should be it. I guess fuel is still here. A small fuel truck will be sufficient. And we'll need trucks for hauling the lumber, and probably a repair station. I did forget the repair station. Said we needed that one. Most likely. I would like to have a warehouse for this, or a road cargo station, I guess. I think a warehouse would be pretty neat. That way we could have excess materials to unloading stations. The warehouse shouldn't really have any crime in it, so we could probably occupy both unloading stations and not run into problems. It's gonna have a lot of intersections on the main road, but it is just a village, it's gonna be fine. This junction is a little bit messy. But yeah, traffic should not be too bad. This is mainly just for buses if they come back to go into the bus-in station. Or also the buses going into town, as long as we don't have the tunnels to come through here. Start bringing coal. You can wait until unloaded. That is fine. Technical office is done. We need to set the assignments. I guess we also will have waste trucks here. They can bring it over to the train yard. So mixed waste. Hazardous waste. No other waste will be generated in the area. I'm not going to do waste recycling in the villages, I don't think. Water will be picked up from over here. Sewage will be dropped off in here. And that should be that. The snowplows will get an increased range, but we will prevent them from clearing past the heating plant area. They should not handle this stuff. So these snowplows will basically stop about here. We'll get a water truck. Once we have the water substation, a sewage truck, we can already get. Gotta wait for these to be built. And then fill up the rest with snowplows, I think. And waste trucks, which I guess I could also buy. One small one. And one large one. The small one just in case I forgot something. Just bring the water truck here, it's fine. And then fill up with snowplows. The water truck will be a little bit busy because we don't have the water substation yet. Should be fine though. Okay, I will change the delivery route now for the food, alcohol and meat. I guess I am not sharing the resources with this one. I have a dedicated truck bringing in clothing and electronics and alcohol. Then that is fine. This should really not use much alcohol. It'll just be added as the last stop. And that's fine. It will lengthen the travel distance of the vehicle. But these are non-critical items. They should not cause problems too quickly. Food is going to be another matter. This truck definitely holds way more than enough meat after loading, so we can just add the other stop, as long as we have the electricity. And right now it looks like we don't. Either I made a connection mistake, or the power line is just too long. I made a connection mistake. I have to, well, finish the construction of this line. And then hope it works. So we'll not add the new stop yet, because the meat would just rot away. We can, however, send the food over there already. And then see if maybe the throughput of this line starts struggling. Hopefully it doesn't. Pick up food, grocer. Pick up food again. And this grocer. There will be an ambulance here. There shouldn't be any village in range or town or whatever, so it can't pick up anyone and drag them over here without citizens living in the area. to start our coal truck, otherwise it won't bring anything here. We'll probably deliver this steel directly into the repair station and have the other truck here. It shouldn't really make any difference, but I'm not 100% sure. And then we'll fill this up with like 10 tons of mechanical components, the other materials. Set the vehicle to hold like a little bit less than half mechanical components, and hopefully it will be enough to just keep the vehicle parked here until the mechanical components run out, and then keep the other ones supplied in the meantime. Stop with the traffic jam warnings. I don't see any. Where's our other train for lumber? We need to run once more. We only have 4. After that we can assemble it. The other logging camp is done too. Need 3 more logging trucks. We need a fuel truck, but the gas station isn't done yet. These ones are probably waiting for fuel. We will send the fuel truck to the bus end station first, logging camps, and then gas station last. We will not send it to the clinic. The clinic can just go to the gas station. This one will be set to give anyone a vehicle. Could set it to prefer university education, but actually I want a good mixture of like regular education if we have it in the area. Because university educated people prefer different workplaces, although we don't really have any of those, so it doesn't really matter. What is the train at the top of the list in the depot? Hello Mega Monkey. That train should be our tunnel boring machine if I remember correctly. That is the KT156 tunnel boring machine. I didn't have room, or basically I wanted to have 4 rail construction vehicles, so I moved the tunnel boring machine in here while we weren't doing any tunneling. It gave me a little bit of extra space in the rail construction office to have 4 rail construction vehicles for long distance construction tasks. I believe we will be able to export Great, I bought the wrong ones. These ones do not hold wood, they only hold boards. I made another mistake. Let's check the cargo wagons again. Do we have anything that holds wood? Doesn't look like it. So I guess we need to get a set of eastern cargo wagons then instead. I don't want to build a sawmill over there. That's not the way I wanted to set this up. NATO wagons are weird like that. Yeah, it's fine. I could keep them or I could sell them. The room inside the train depot is a little bit limited. I'll sell them. While you do that, we're going to look for some cargo wagons over here that can haul lumber, basically stake cars. 15 meters in length versus 20 meters. We could get 6 of these, plus the train would put us at around 140 meters again. I think these ones are more efficient though. They are 15 meters and haul 70 tons of wood. This is only 79. We need to divide the amount of wood per length of the train. So that one is about 80 divided by 20 is 4. And this is 70 divided by 18, which I'm going to use a calculator for. which is 4.6, so definitely more efficient to use that one instead. 100k rubles, that's fine. We're not using rubles for anything else anyway. These ones are pretty much obsolete, so they're a little bit worse, I think. We're gonna get those, open wagon 13, 4012. They're cheaper than these, but they're more efficient. We need to get, if we get 10 we're at 150. If we get 9 we're at 135 plus the train. I think we can only get 8 of them. Got a little bit of money back. Tiny amount. That was really unfortunate, but it is what it is. I'm just gonna purchase other train cars if I need them. 135 plus the train length. I would put it at 150. Yeah, we can only have 8 of these. I'll just add the depot as the first stop. We'll put it at the back of the line anyway. Load, train cars, go. I don't think I have anything else but the stake cars here now. Yeah. Yeah, rubles are just there for us to be spent, I guess. We're getting a decent amount of income, and occasionally we buy snowplows, train cars, the like. It's working as intended. I don't want to have a huge stockpile of rubles with the inflation ever increasing. Doesn't make sense. We got alcohol, we got food. Still waiting for meat. I guess we could load alcohol in this before we drive over. So between the pub and the other pub visit, we could go to the warehouse and just do another load of all goods. These warning messages. Too many trains. Once we have a domestic production facility for steel, all of the iron trains can go somewhere else and not cause traffic warnings anymore. This building's already full. Complaints about no sport access. Otherwise, a little bit of spirituality, but that's about it. We have 4 people without their own flat again. Might be time to set something up in addition to our Palace of Sports, I guess. Or we could think about just getting a footpath here. Allowing them access to walk up to this area. I mean, why not? Why not put a footpath here? We have a steel one over there. We're going to put a concrete one on this side. Have it like about centered. Then we need a footpath connection on this end, where we can hook the bridge up to. And we have to do that once more down here. And hopefully it will be in walking distance. There's no guarantee for that. Maybe I should move it over a little bit. I don't want... Well, how are the stairs gonna look like? I think I'll put the stairs down here, not too close to the building. I mean, it's fairly close, but... Put them... Yeah, that is okay. That means our footpath is not going to be that way, but instead here. Okay, that footpath was... That pedestrian tunnel was free placed, so it's not lining up, but that's okay. Puts both houses in walking distance plus one house over here to our sports facility and a culture building. So I think we'll get that one built. This house will wait. You have medical issues. I have no idea why. Why are there so many people having medical issues? Oh, I also just realized that I wanted to have a helipad over on that side, but I guess we do have the ability to move the cruiser over if I would like to have move back to that. For now, the cruiser can continue doing its job. 2 stay cars. Well, you need to run a few more times then, I guess. I wonder if I forgot any route that I should have named. Do we have electricity here now? Yes. And the voltage appears stable. Hopefully that is the case. The meat truck does not need to grab more meat. It carries way more than 1 ton, which it is delivering to this area. Unload here. Then we have food, meat, and alcohol. We have our gas station, we need the fuel truck. I'm not going to use that one. That's probably going to get lost due to vehicle replacement at some point. I'm going to get a small fuel truck. Picking up fuel. And then running through bus end station. Wood cutting posts. More to be added later. And then waiting until unloaded at the gas station. That will give us fuel in the area, meaning that the lumber trucks can all get fuel. We still need logging trucks. I think these logging camps will only need like 1 logging truck each. bringing the wood basically to the either the storage or the train yard. We'll wait until our other vehicles are refueled. The repair station will be useful. That will become a required building relatively soon, but other than that, everything else is in place. We got our meat delivered, then all we have to do is maybe wait until we have like 100 citizens without their own flat and then open up the gates. I still need a waste storage here, I think. Yeah, there's a lot of buildings without a waste storage connection. The heating plant and the logging camps are fine, but all of these residential buildings basically don't have a waste storage, and I did not plan for one. That deals with everything but the pub. Then I guess we will centralize our waste storage on the other side with a large waste storage as well. So the small waste truck might not be necessary at all. But we have it, in case we forget something, and then it can handle that one building that we forgot in the meantime. This will centralize logging camp, heating plant, repair station, and the pub. And this logging camp has an internal storage anyway. Let's check the intersections again. This one is fine. This one is new. Seems good. We'll get 2 personal vehicles. I would like to buy vehicles with US currency, but we don't have great vehicle choices there. Let's sort by end production date descending. So these ones are the newest ones. We did go for the ZAZ Lanos as a police car. I like these ones because they're super cheap. 2000, 2013, it's 2002. These ones, this one doesn't have a coloring option, which makes it unfortunate to use. Since this is a logging area, I think we're just going to give them cheap vehicles. Six vehicles for now. And we'll have to set up the repair station in the near future. Steel and components. And we'll try a different approach to the component unloading. No road cargo station, steel directly into the building. I guess the steel could also go into the warehouse. I don't know if it can transmit the steel through the factory connection if the warehouse doesn't accept steel. That would be a neat test. And yeah, the warehouse needs components. We'll try that. We'll try putting all of the vehicles here and see if it can unload the steel here too. That leaves 3 repair station slots open. Sending a bunch of workers to the tunnel construction sites. This one is down to 7,500 days. And this one still has 13,000, so this will be the last one. Where we can send all the workers to. Terraforming vehicles have arrived. We'll probably focus on that once we set up the other settlement, Samaska. How should I set up the waste industry? I have not used it yet. I wrote these two setups from Reddit. Incinerator, separation, ash dump. Waste treatment, separation, incinerator, ash dump. What is my experience? The easiest way is to throw everything into the incinerator. And then, if you want to not export it, because incinerating it will reduce the amount. Everything that can burn up will burn up. Everything that can't burn up, like construction waste, iron, etc., will stay inside the waste. You put in either hazardous waste or mixed waste, and out comes mixed waste. So hazardous waste also incinerates down to mixed waste. And if you want to recycle it, then you pull out any construction waste, any metal scrap, anything else. You will only need the general waste separation for that. It is sufficient. There are more efficient ways. If you really want to get metal scrap out of a certain process, you can get one of the more efficient ones. But your general waste you can just run through the general waste separation. It does not leave any of the other waste types in there. You will not find plastics waste out of incinerated waste. That will burn up too. So you will get metal scrap, aluminium, maybe, and construction waste. And then you can put it into a dump. What I like to do was the output of the incinerator, I move to a general waste separation, and the output, the mixed waste output from the general waste separation, I move into a dump with a claw machine. And from that dump, or from a container transfer, but a dump works fine. From that, you use a distribution office to distribute it among like 8 or 12 or however many dumps you want. And in those dumps it can basically dissipate, because everything that has been incinerated could be, and everything that couldn't be has been separated out. That leaves it with either ash or maybe some other remains that just dissipate overall. It should be only ash really. Sometimes some other waste sneaks in. Split that up among normal dumps, and the waste goes away there. So in your question, the first option is the easiest one. Waste treatment is very difficult. Waste treatment is expensive and I haven't used it yet. My waste treatment of hazardous waste is just burn it up. It achieves the same thing. Maybe it causes a lot of pollution, I guess. Sorry for that lengthy explanation. We still have to set up the truck route. Do not allow repair cancel, thank you. 1 kilometer is fine. We should add some repair vehicles here. Have I decided what to use in the other ones? Or am I going to keep using the... Oh, tower crane repair. Interesting. Am I going to use the IFA forever? We are going to use the small IFA W50 cover truck forever. That was fine, short and clear. Okay. We have fuel. We don't have it in the gas station yet because the electricity isn't... We don't have it here yet because I guess our fuel truck was not able to deliver it to the other areas yet. Hasn't quite filled up the bus end station. So after the bus end station it will handle the other things. Did I rename that route? I think I did. No, I didn't. We have to remember that the Klibriusk routes also bring food meat and alcohol to Samaska. Now we're getting fuel here, so our trucks are now able to refuel. I'll set up the logging trucks. There's some of our dump trucks. Open hull, Mark P model, wood trailer. 2, 1 each. Do wait until unloaded. Those are our trucks. Now we're just requiring workers here. Hopefully the fuel truck can bring fuel here fast enough to put the fuel in here before the logging truck arrives, otherwise it's gonna get in the way. We should also set up our bus route. Mars 305 buses, best road speed. I think we'll use those. I think I'm just gonna drop the dump trucks into the scrapyard. They've been operating for 18 plus years. Seems reasonable. We'll start with probably 6 Mars 305 buses. And then see if we need to add more. Let's check for bus total speed. Yeah, Mars 305 is still the best option. Bus in station. Bus platform, load anyone, even workers, without any worker, any passenger, any student. There's no school here, so a regular route will be required. We could prevent university education, but we shouldn't. And then we'll just bring them over here. That's the bus route. And at some point we can shorten it with a route through the mountain. Have to wait for the vehicles to arrive at the depot, refuel themselves, and then we can send them out. Let's hope the electricity is stable once we actually have people living here. This logging camp can take workers with a car. We will set it up to 2 workers. I don't want any more than that. 1 worker can travel here by car, cut down some trees, and when they travel back, another worker can drive here already, while they're parked, I guess. We don't need that many workers in the logging camp. If we run into unemployment issues, we can up that number. But I want to build more logging camps along this road, supplied by Somaska itself. If Somaska runs into any issues where, like, they get issues with lack of culture or something, then we might give them a building. But ideally, I hope that the tunnel will fix this. They really have to travel all the way over here to refuel. Is there an issue with the gas station? No. It's just that apparently that gas station is closer and then the return trip is a little bit far. Maybe we can just place another gas station here. right across the vehicle depot makes a lot of sense. Could be a larger one. And now we just need people. It will probably relocate about 300 citizens to this area, filling up both residential buildings. I will give the bus route a little bit of time and then see if we have enough. I don't really want to add too many buses, so they might run into a few issues with like not being able to buy electronics when they really want to, but the radio should hopefully deal with that and keep their spirits up. And they will have to just wait until next week. So let the buses sort themselves out, and then we'll see what the route length is. And I guess let's set the repair station up. Need an open and a covered hull. In that time the buses can figure themselves out. Definitely not a long haul. These ones are cheaper, but I'm gonna go for these. For no reason whatsoever, other than it matches the covered hull variant. Now that the route is created, as soon as they get to the depot they will wait and not refuel. We need that, and these two. Bring them to the warehouse. We will have to define your storage capacity before we send you out. Steel is easier. We will try and unload it at the warehouse, see if it works. We'll find out. Waiting for unloaded, we will only do for one component, which is mechanical components. So we'll unload everything, and then you will wait to unload for mechanical components, which is hopefully the resource that is used the most. One, two, three, four. Fabric is too much fabric. We're at 50%. 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. That's what we're gonna use. There you go. Storage in here. We will have a pretty even split. We just have to figure out the numbers. Definitely not that much fabric. So fabric can go down. 7 tons is plenty. We will have to... Actually, yeah, we'll have to lower this. That's 60, 65, plus 35. There we go. I'm gonna use about that. Damn, you need some game knowledge to do the lines correct. Yeah. I mean, in some of the early iterations of the game, there were no distribution offices, so... Those were the dark days. The old days. I'm gonna set the warnings as soon as we have received some material. And we'll check if the steel actually works. The naming is just for clarity, but the whole loading and unloading mess I never did before. I had simple routes, but I realized pretty early when I started this challenge that it would not work. So I tried a few different things. We went from road cargo stations to like splitting up the unloading and loading commands into different types, and it's working out fairly well. Okay. Well, there's no one at the bus stop, so I guess we won't know the length of the route until we actually have citizens here. We'll pick a random building. We'll pick, I guess, our new house. This one. We'll allow citizens to move in. We have 59 that would like to move into a new house. We'll wait for them to finish with that. Heating issue, yes. Just walk to the heating plant, it's right over there. Everyone... It's too distant. Are you kidding me? It is too distant. Wrong button. So we'll get some of the workers moving into the heating plant to generate some heat. Temperature is okay, going up. We will unassign that work task and let the workers spread out. Still got a few. I gotta grab the building again because I closed that. Thought I made a mistake. $12 more workers. If we don't do it, it's the fuel cost the problem or the amount of traffic. I think traffic-wise I'm fairly well set up. I think I've put the routes and the way that vehicles are set up quite well, if I may so say. Fuel consumption for us is not the problem, because for some reason the fuel price for us is very, very low. I think the main concern for us is the... If I have one vehicle per component, I don't have enough parking spaces for those vehicles. That is my main issue. I can just continuously let them run along the road, but I would like them to not do that, because it increases wear of the vehicles, it does use fuel. Ideally I would like them to be parked until it is absolutely necessary for them to run again. For the fuel trucks it is easy. You can put the last stop as at a gas station, and then just when the gas station has used up a certain amount it goes around every building again and delivers fuel. But right now we have a truck arriving here first before the fuel got delivered, so yeah. Now we're full on fuel. We're waiting for workers to arrive. And we'll get some fuel over here. So I would like... I'm figuring out ways where I can make vehicles stay parked, if possible. It does that automatic for fuel? No, I've set up a route like that. I've set up a route to load fuel, and then go end station first, then this one, and then go to the gas station and wait until unloaded there. So once the vehicle arrives and it has put fuel in the end station, it's full. It comes over to this woodcutting post and this one fills up to like half. It doesn't go to the other stops anymore because the other stops are only unloading commands and it knows it doesn't have any fuel anymore, so it makes sense to go back to the fuel loading station and pick up more fuel. It does that route that way. So it fills up all of these, it checks them all, I think, it still goes into them, and if it still has fuel when it goes to the gas station and it fills that one up, and it still has fuel when it is full, at that point it stays put, because I've set the flag for wait until unloaded. And now we have to wait for the gas station to actually receive some fuel, because, well, the personal cars don't have any. And they would like to work in the logging camp. Let's check our bus route. 250 seconds, that's very low. 240 would be 4 vehicles, we have 6, so we're fine. The citizens in this area should not have too many complaints. Except unemployment, I guess. Why do you have unemployment issues? There's workplaces here. Just work in the grocer. It's fine. We should not load workers at the bus stop. If I have not made that clear already in the bus line. We do not load workers until absolutely necessary. If we realize that there's unemployment here, yes. Before you go to the woodcutting post, bring some fuel to the gas station. The personal vehicles would like some fuel. Also our repair station, I guess. 5 workers maximum here. We appear to not have unloaded any steel yet. Steel repairs needs to be set to load at the construction materials, not unload. Incorrect setting. Let's see if it works now. 2 unloading commands is a little bit of a mistake. We ran out of fuel because all of the vehicles already refueled. So we'll tell our fuel truck after it is done refueling and picking up more fuel to go to the gas station again. I'm not sure where it is right now. Oh, it's over there. It's going to the loading station, and yeah. We have some other personal cars that need to be refueled, so gas station first this time. We're producing lumber. It's going into our open storage and is ready for pickup by train. Also, we got a new settlement. I'm gonna note that down. We have 1 spare researchers, 9 total researchers, 5 settlements. And we're approaching 12,500 citizens as well. Which is good. I still have to run up twice for the train cars though. So, grab 2 more, please. It is quite the distance, I guess. We'll have to wait and see if we can run into any food issues, but food consumption in Klibrius should also not be terribly high. It basically has the same amount of workers as Samaska. We'll see if they get settled in. Lots of unemployment, supposedly. So I guess we have way too many workers in the area. What else could we give them to do? I mean, they will get cars and go to other logging camps, but I guess we'll pick them up by bus for the time being. If they want to work inside Hellas University, I should be able to pick them up from here. You want to do sport, but wait, I didn't pick them up because there's no sports facility next to the university area. I have to change the route. Also, there's no school next to the university area, so that's another mistake. I should bring them to Old Town. Most things are in the area. Bring them over here instead. That should load all passengers, hopefully. Yeah, that looks much better. That should deal with all issues in the area. If they can't find employment locally, that'll resolve it. I would like to keep the amount of workers in the woodcutting post restricted, but I guess it doesn't matter that much. We can lower that once we set up the other logging posts, I guess. What's the matter? Oh, there was a vehicle replacement, I think. Working for Barislav Customs House. So we have a We have a flatbed truck. I don't know if it was the one that I bought, I don't think so. But there is another line somewhere that causes a bug. So we have to look at open hull trucks and see what has it, which is a thing. There is one route where the customs house is the first stop. This one. But it is... oh, it's Colata. I guess the Colata routes, this one is the Colata routes. They are also buying replacement vehicles for themselves from the... from the west, so they will also have that situation. Yeah, this one is it. It's the Steel RCS repair station. We will change all the Colata lines right now. This one is unfortunately lost. I have to get one vehicle. I have to game paused right now because it could happen to a few more. You're out of the customs house. It was the repair station. There we go. Let's go through the routes real quick. Boards should be fine because we're picking up at the board production. We have to set up prefab. This one is fine. This one and this one. All we have to do is move the customs house as the last stop instead of the first one. That will work around the issue. That should prevent the issue from happening again, hopefully. Because after automatic vehicle replacement, it tries to move to the first house that it has on the line. But if it gets purchased at the customs house and then the first stop at the line is the same customs house, it basically doesn't like that right now. Steel does not work, so steel gets stuck here, doesn't transmit. If the building does not support it, then it seems like it doesn't work. We have to unload that at the vehicle repair station directly. And can limit it to steel and aluminum, but we only really need steel here. I don't think I've set that up for the Clibrios repair station, which I built later too. Store it full of steel, it's fine. Got to go work out, see you, streaming also tomorrow, probably. We do have a national holiday tomorrow, so I'm pretty likely to stream. I will stop streaming in about 10 to 15 minutes, I think. I might be back later, not sure. It's already been quite a bit of stuff happening, but yeah, good day to you, Ozone. See you some other time. We got repair materials. We got a decent collection of components. I could use a dummy resource now to restrict the amount, which I should probably do. %50 crops and leave the rest as repair materials. That means it will bring a lot of fabric, electronic components and plastics here. And then it will refresh whenever mechanical components run a little bit low. It could lead to... I might have to limit the amount of mechanical components inside the truck, so it is more likely to run around and pick up new materials. That might be a little bit too high. Yeah, I think this is okay. A little bit more plastic, a little bit less mechanical components. We'll use that. I think our train has probably arrived with the 5th and 6th stake car, so we have to send it out one last time before we can assemble the train. And then we have our train of wood being brought to probably the customs house. But if the sawmill is running fine, then I guess we could also drop it off here. Not sure we can get enough workers in this area for the sawmill. We'll see. Yes, we can. It's currently running at 50% productivity, sometimes going up a little bit more. Let's see how much it'll like it when we drop off a load of like lumber, of wood into the storage, and it will have to saw everything down to boards before we actually leave. At some point we will have to have a sawmill with an incoming line and an outgoing line into separate storages. Because right now if I drop off all the wood here, there could be the situation where I can't drop off anymore. I think I will just have to drop off until I can't drop off anymore and then just leave, instead of waiting until unloaded. That would be the safer option. Assemble our train. Get a new train route set up. We'll use our train station. We'll bring a load of lumber to the sawmill, but do not wait until unloaded, and then any extra we still have, we just drop off in the customs house. And that's basically our train route. What was it called? Krasna. I think I might have named one of the routes wrong. I think I called it Samaska instead of Somaska. Yep, did that for a few routes. We are up to 110 road lines. Getting pretty good. Yeah, I named all of them Samaska. Well, it is an easy fix. Warehouse citizens, what is that? Klibrios vehicle repair station, okay. Our repair station components. This one doesn't have a warehouse. Seems to be running okay. Okay, this one is always running, so this is the other option. This one is always running, always on the road. Over here we added a warehouse so it can stay hopefully parked without too many issues. Then we have this one. This is also Klibriusk. This one is staying parked though. Any other unnamed route? This one, fuel to a free gas station. That one is just for construction vehicles. Every other route is still named. We have our waste. This is the... well, it's Beatus, not Beatus, it's Hellas River. It's the... it's actually not... it's Klipriusk. Currently an export route for waste from that area. And this one is just for picking up vehicles from the customs house. So all the train routes are also named. Unemployment issues are less of a problem now. What is the situation with the bus route in general? It's 470 seconds now, so it's a little bit better, but we're not able to fulfill all demands. Once the tunnel is up, the bus route will automatically go through this area, and we might be able to drop them off at this bus stop instead, where they can go into a variety of different facilities, up to the sports facility. They couldn't reach this school that way, but if we unloaded them as a transfer stop, then they would be able to, because they would walk down to the next bus stop and then go over there. I guess we can just drive them down here. It is a quite long travel distance. What if we drop them off in here? I think this would be the best option. Yeah, just drop them off in this bus stop then, this bus platform. We'll change our route at that point, and they will just have to walk down the mountain twice. Where's our train? It's already full. Another train running through here, with the customs house being very busy. I'm also still sending workers to the rail construction office. It's fine. I don't actually mind anymore. Looking for fuel. There's so many trains. Well, at least we're doing a right-hand turn first. Going to the lumber area, and if we luck out and unload everything, then we don't have to go to the customs house and can just run through the junction, the switch here. Thankfully, we don't have to wait for the iron trains. They have their own lane to the loading station at the very least. We don't have a line going past the trains waiting for the customs house to go back here. That could be another train line that we could add. Another parallel line for the vehicles that would like to go back to Hellas. Warehouse area, or the logging train here, the lumber train. Well, looks like we either have a waste train on the track, or the board train is just there, loading right now. We will have way too many boards after this. And we will also, with currently the 2 logging camps that we have, we're already are producing a lot of wood as well. If we add 2 more, then it's probably going to overfill this already. Personal vehicles, working nicely. Sending workers to this, even if it's outside of walking distance. And that should do the same for any other logging camp that I built on this road, with the trees already present from previously. And we don't have to add more citizens, the 2 houses are way more than enough. We will have to add more vehicles though. I would assume 2 vehicles per logging camp, maybe up to 3. And then I guess we could add a parking lot somewhere in Hellas and have them drive through our town as well. Could give it a little bit of extra flair. Did our wood train move yet? No, it's moving now. This could also slow down our waste train from the mine area. I will have to build a passing lane, I think, to speed things up. The refueling point acts as a passing lane right now, so I guess it's not too slow. It can run all the way to the junction, and then when this one moves out of the way, this one can start running. So we're unloading very quickly. It will stay around, apparently, as long as the sawmill is running, which is good. That means we might not have to go to the customs house, unless of course now the truck unloads here and causes the train to leave. But it seems like we can actually wait. Hopefully we have enough workers to unload the whole train. This train could load the boards now and bring it to the customs house. I could actually wait until fully unloaded and send the boards. I probably can't wait until fully unloaded. But I could wait until I can't unload anymore, then load whatever is in here board-wise, and then go to the customs house and then go back to the lumber area. I'll change the route and add that. Unload until you don't want anymore, then load boards and then export boards and wood, whatever you have. Yep, it decided to stop and now it's loading the boards for export. So we basically have 2 lumber trains running. This is going to make so much money. Oh, I guess we didn't load a full complement of boards. We loaded whatever we had at the time. Or maybe the distribution of logs was so that we basically had logs left on all of the train cars except some of them which were able to unload fully. The price is still really good. Shouldn't be difficult for that train to leave. Unless there's a train running right across on this line. Which it is. So this train is moving to this platform right now. Otherwise we could have already left. Alright, new area, Somaska, successfully set up, I would say. Small logging village town thing, probably a village, 2 residential buildings. They can get food locally. They have a few complaints because, well, they can't do a lot of things while they sit around. But their happiness is really good anyway. Only downside is bringing the workers to Hellas. Because they might be really disloyal and working in university or something. But because they also listen to the same radio station, they should be okay. They shouldn't be great, maybe, because they lack a few things. They should be okay. Average. 50% probably. Average in our republic is 56%. And climbing. One thing I need to build is a police station. I do not want this to be the breeding ground of crime. So a police station is something that we will have to add to this area. Forgot about that. Yeah. And as we add more and more buildings, unemployment will go down, meaning less workers will move via bus, we'll keep them all locally, and the loyalty issue doesn't matter anymore. But yeah, I think I'm going to take a break now. So I think we did a neat little village here. Set up a rail yard, set up a small village. It's depending up on Hellas. It's not too many workers. It's depending up on our storage area for resources. And it's also connected with Klibrios, so lots of potential for future shenanigans if something goes wrong. We will see. As I said, I might be back later, I don't know yet. Probably not, but who knows. I really enjoy workers and resources, so there might be that tick in like 1 to 2 hours where I go like, oh, I had a little bit of a break, I'm up for it again. We'll see. In any case, thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I wish you a good Monday afternoon, Monday evening, whatever time it is where you are. Take care, all the best, and as always, maybe I'll see you next time.